Call, please.
Mayor Knopf.
Here.
Ms. Donahue is absent. Ms. Greenfield.
Here.
Mr. Hammond.
Here.
Mr. O'Day is absent. Mr. Schmidt.
Here.
Ms. Mayor.
Here.
Notice of this meeting was provided to the Bernardsville News, the Courier News, and the Star Ledger, filed with the municipal clerk and posted on the municipal bulletin board on December 11th, 2018, and amended on October 3rd, 2019 to change the date to December 19th, 2019. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so the first thing on our agenda is to recognize Alan Rome, who has been here 50 years, has done an incredible job. I remember years ago we did the playground, and anything I ask you to do, you do. You know, he's just been an incredible employee. We've been lucky to have you all these years, and sorry to see you go, but it's your time now. It's time, right?
I'm not going far.
That's good. Right. So I am going to read this proclamation that we have for you. Whereas Alan Rome began his employment with the Borough of Bernardsville on December 1st, 1969, as a member of the Department of Public Works, and whereas Alan has served the borough and its residents for 50 years as a machine operator and foreman, responsible for maintaining the infrastructure of the borough and keeping our roadways safe during extraordinary weather events such as Sandy and scores of major winter storms. Alan has always and continues to make himself available to assist the borough whenever he is called upon to do so, regardless of the time of day or night. And whereas throughout his first 50 years, Alan has proven to be conscientious, well-organized, and always willing to assist members of the public in a courteous manner. And whereas during his first 50 years of service, Alan has mentored many new as well as established Department of Public Works employees, always willing to share his experience and expertise with others for the good of the organization. And whereas over his first 50 years of employment with the Borough of Bernardsville, Alan has worked with 11 mayors, some 48 council members, and 2 business administrators. And whereas Alan continues to be an asset to the organization, now therefore I, Mary Jane Canos, Mayor, by the authority vested in me and representing the Borough Council of the Borough of Bernardsville, do hereby congratulate Alan Rome on his accomplishments and for 50 years of service to the Borough of Bernardsville. Congratulations. Sign the official copy here that you get to keep.
Does that mean he's offered his probationary period?
It's on to his next 50 years.
Now he's got full tenure.
Yeah.
Mayor, you want to take a photo?
Oh yeah, let's do a photo. We should do a photo. This is here. So this is for you.
Okay.
Do it like that.
One, two, three. Thank you.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Want to say a few words?
Bernardsville's been like home to me. I've been here all my life, basically. I ride by, I pull in here every day, no matter if it's weekend or not. It's like when I grew up here, basically. It's unbelievable, you know. I met my wife here, believe it or not, 31 years ago.
Wow.
Out in the park.
Where's that?
I mean, it's been a dynasty coming here. It's unbelievable. But I'm not leaving her. I'll be here. I'll be by every day.
All right.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to be a stranger, that's for sure. It's a
Good.
family. It's family to here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, approval of minutes for November 25th and December 9th. Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? We're good. Okay, now we have an open session, so the public, if anyone in the public would like to make a comment on anything that's on their minds, please limit your comments to 3 minutes. If you have something to read, good night.
Thank you all.
I'm gonna take care of the roads.
Yeah. If you have a statement to read, please give Anthony a copy of it. So would anyone from the public wish to be heard? Seeing none, I will close the public session. So now, I will open the public hearing on ordinance 2019-1828, a salary ordinance for employees of the Borough of Bernardsville who are members of the Public Works Employee Association. Anyone from the public wish to be heard on this ordinance? And I will close the public hearing. You want to move that, Chris?
I move to pass ordinance 2019-1828 on final reading and adopt as published.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Ms. Greenfield,
Yes.
Mr. Hammond,
Yes.
Ms. Roday,
Yes.
Mr. Schmidt.
Yes.
Ms. Zamara.
Yes.
All right, I will now open the public hearing on ordinance 2019-1829, an ordinance increasing the annual registration fee for vacant and abandoned properties and amending Chapter 11 of the Borough Code entitled Property Maintenance. Would anyone from the public wish to be heard on this? Seeing none, Jeff, would you like to, it's come from the Housing Committee, so why don't you do that?
Do you want me to read it again?
Just, no, just, I
Yeah, I
move
move
to
to
pass.
pass. Oh, okay. Excuse me. I move to pass ordinance 2019-1829 on final reading and adopt as published.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Ms. Zamara.
Yes.
Mr. Schmidt.
Yes.
Ms. Roday,
Yes.
Mr. Hammond.
Yes.
Ms. Greenfield.
Yes.
Okay, so now we have resolutions 19-244 through, wow, there's a lot of them, 19-258. Are there any for discussion or to take out of the, off the consent agenda?
I'd like to take one and vote on it separately, not in this package. I'd like to take out 19-254 to vote on separately.
Okay,
Yeah, I'd like to discuss 257 separately.
so we got 254 and 257.
I have two typographical things I think we need to check on. 19250, it says 24,537.50 in the title, and that mathematically works out with the content in the body of it, but in the body it says 25,537, which I think is a typographical error in two different paragraphs in the actual resolution. So the number 24,537.50 mathematically works,
Okay, I'll change that to 24,537.50
and that's in the title.
On the actual
on the
resolution.
title.
But in the resolution, we need to change the two to be in agreement.
Okay, we'll do.
Also, in 19.252 on our agenda appears as the same as 19.251. So I think it refers to 21D, not 17E.
Oh,
So-
yeah, that came
Yes,
twice.
that-
19.252 is for 21D.
21Z Fox Hollow Trail.
The resolution itself is correct, but the agenda isn't.
Oh, right. So which is D and which is E?
This one is 21D.
Okay.
19.252 refers to the address 21D Fox
Fox
Hollow
Hollow.
Trail.
Okay. And then the other one is 19D, okay.
That one's correct.
So with those changes, and then we'll take out 254 and 257. We'll do those separately, so would someone like to move 246 through 258 without those two in there and with the changes?
244, not 246.
I'm sorry, 244,
244,
yeah. 3 pages open. Do we have a second?
I'll
Second.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Ms. Greenfield?
Yes.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
Ms. Roday?
Yes?
Mr. Schmidt?
Yes.
Ms. Zamara?
Yes.
Okay, 254. Discussion?
I just want to vote on it separately. I didn't want to vote on it in this group as one thing. I'm having an issue with the condemnation versus non-condemnation issue.
Okay,
And I think it might be setting a bad precedent if we start out with the condemnation versus doing non-condemnation and maybe giving them a list of things that they have to repair and then give them 2 months to do it and then see where we are. I mean, I think it's just, I'm not happy with it.
So we did meet with the property owner. I think there was one meeting that was conducted by our borough staff and our borough council. And there was a second meeting that was attended by the mayor, myself, our redevelopment council, Joe DeMarco, representatives for the legal representative for the owner, one of the owners, and their realtor. We had a very positive conversation with them. We talked to them about the redevelopment. We talked about the process that was put in place. Condemnation is a tool. It's not something that we intend to use. It would not be something that we would be able to do by passing this resolution tonight. It would take further action at some future point by the council to exercise that option. It's really just a tool that would be available to us should it become necessary. Right now, we feel it's been very cooperative discussion to this point. And so I think at this point, going back to start on this would not be the right path.
I think the other, in the meeting that we had, and actually we had a letter from the attorney saying that, you know, he doesn't like the term condemnation. However, they like the process of redevelopment because it gives them a lot of advantages in having they have a potential buyer. And this makes it much more attractive to the buyer because under redevelopment, things can move along much more quickly.
And the council has more flexibility in terms of what could
Right.
be allowed on that site.
Yeah,
then.
and then
Has
we
the
can
soil
really,
been checked on that site, or they used to fix and repair cars there?
They said that they've got they got whatever the
certifications.
certification from NJDEP is. That was one of the people. That's one of the things they talked to us about when we met with them.
They did soil samples?
I don't know.
We got
If
all
it's-
that.
they said they got some clearance from NJDEP.
Yeah,
We have copies.
It's
Well,
a
the issue-
response action plan or something that says they're clear.
And they also never, Topology never did an interior inspection of the property. We don't know if it's structurally sound or not.
well, I think they could tell, they wouldn't let them inside.
Well, they wouldn't let them in.
No,
No, I understand that, but I mean,
But they did a very thorough
But there
evaluation
was
from what they
enough-
could do externally.
what, they had enough of the qualifying points for it to be an area of redevelopment.
Well, not only
Well, I
that,
don't
there
have a
was
problem
a
with the area
significant amount of,
redevelopment.
but I just also, the planning board was presented with the criteria for whether or not it would meet the criteria for an area of needed redevelopment, and it passed unanimously on that basis when it was presented to the planning board. The entire planning board agreed that it met the definition of an area in need of redevelopment. Secondly, they presented it as part of that was photographs of all the interior that the owners themselves had submitted when they were looking for a reduction in their valuation, and that was submitted by the owner themselves.
If we were not to approve this, it would have to go back to we'd have to send it back to the planning board. They would have to have another hearing on it. So we're talking it would slow the process down by several months.
I think to Diane's point though is nobody's arguing about the area of need of redevelopment.
Right.
The question is the condemnation, and I understand your concern, Diane. I don't agree with it, but I understand it, and I think I'll take the opposite approach that. I think it's good precedent. You said it's bad precedent. I think it's good precedent. It shows that we really mean business. And it doesn't mean we're going to be taking their property, but it does mean that we're absolutely serious about moving things along in a timely fashion.
I understand that. I don't disagree that might be the point that you have to get to. I'm just saying, were they given the topology information and given a time period to fix different these things, or any other remedy other than this?
We don't really care about them fixing things
So the
because that building's not going to be used as a car
Okay,
dealership in
but
the future.
it's still their property, and you're still talking about eminent domain, and you're talking about the possibility, even though you're saying you're not going to do it, the possibility exists that you're going to take the property, and then I have a problem with that.
Okay, so just to be clear, we also were advised by our redevelopment attorney as well as our counsel for the planning board that all appropriate legal requirements that the township is required to take were taken in the case of this particular property. So we're legally on firm ground in terms of the steps we took, the notifications that were given, and the process that we've taken up to this point in time.
Just
So-
because it's legal doesn't mean
I know,
it's right.
I'm just
I-
clarifying
yeah.
the question. You said,
Okay.
were they notified? Did they
Okay.
receive
I mean,
notice?
I don't doubt that
They
it's
received
legal.
all the-
I'm
They
not-
received all the appropriate required notifications, and we furthermore, in addition to that, met with them personally twice. So,
And why two more, I mean, this was going on before I joined the council a year ago.
Yeah, Jeff, did you want to say something as a planning board member?
That's
So-
one or 2 points. First of all, on whether this constitutes a precedent, you should know that on the resolutions for the redevelopment of the Quimby Village area, which is fairly extensive, that was put forth without condemnation.
I know that. That's why I
So
think this
it's-
should be
it's-
too.
It's not being applied as a precedent for further condemnations. Also, the condition of the property was, that the document from which topology prepared its report was a inventory that the property owner had prepared, which documented the extensive structural problems of the property, over $1 million in repair costs to bring the facility up to a state where it could be used again, and which the property owner used in its tax abatement case. So I don't think they can deny that the situation in that plant, in that building was as they said it was, and that situation has existed for years. So, you know, it's not like they didn't know about the defects found by topology. They provided the document that they had prepared, which was on a public record, was the basis for topology's findings, and that report was used, I think, almost 1.5 years ago, maybe 2 years ago. So it's not like this is a surprise. We found out that our roof is leaking. This is things they should have known about.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Jeff.
And
I certainly, I agree with you. I don't like the word condemnation. It is my hope that we never get there.
Exactly.
But I think as we heard, it's a tool. As Tom said, it's a tool that is there should we ever get to that point. Right now, everyone is acting in good faith. I expect that this is going to go along. They have a potential buyer. They're supposed to get back to us with some drawings of what he wants to do with the property, and we're hoping that the purchase moves along with the plan so that we don't have to go back and forth a number of
What's the
times.
plan? What's the purpose of the space?
The buyer wants a mixed use, residential, and
but
commercial
the
on
fact of the matter is, that's one of the things we asked them for. What is your plan?
Right.
But then, you know, if the resolution were to pass, we can create our own plan as well. And then the
Right.
concept would be for us to get together with our plan, what they're planning to do. If they can merge those two, what the goals of those
Right.
two things together, then their potential interested party could be the designated redevelopment person. That could be the outcome going forward.
Could be that.
That could be the outcome.
yeah. But once it's declared an area of redevelopment, we have more control over, you know, when he says, oh, I'm gonna put the parking in the front, we can say, no, we want all parking in the back in that area. So, you know, it gives us more control over what it looks like.
And it's residential people want to live right onto it too like that. And it seems weird.
You'd be surprised. People love being downtown
Okay.
these days, but,
Alright.
they have to rent it, so. I'm sorry, Christine, you were gonna say something.
I was just gonna say that although that the wording is included in this resolution, it has no bearing on what we're doing today. Condemnation is not happening today,
Right.
obviously, and Tom mentioned that if it were to happen at some point in the future, it would have to be
Right, there's a whole legal process.
a process of,
It's a very detailed process.
right, it's not like something that's gonna get,
Then why
Why did it just
have it
say
in
just an
there?
area
Why
of
don't you just-
redevelopment? Why does it say condemnation?
And
It has to
non-condemnation,
say one or the other.
It has to say one or the other, and it has to say it at the beginning of the process.
so we could say non,
Gives us the possibility, that's why.
Yeah, and I think because compared to Quimby Lane, this property has been empty for a very long time. It's in bad shape, where Quimby Lanes are all pretty much operating, they're all occupied, and I think that's probably the reason that it seemed more logical to do it there.
And starting from scratch, if we were to get to a point where we wanted to make that kind of move, you know, no one knows, but to start from scratch at that point would be it
Yeah.
would be even longer, and you just said, it's been long
Right,
enough.
and in the meantime, they could finish selling it, and we could get something there that we don't have any control over.
I
so.
don't know enough about this kind of thing to be talking about it, but I'm just gonna have to rely on what Jack says. I'm gonna lean on you for this one, Jack. Is there anything with this, the way it's written here, that can come back to bite us or set a bad precedent, as Diane was saying?
Well, the precedent is up to the council. You don't have to follow past precedent. As been stated, you do have to declare at the outset whether or not it's condemnation or non-condemnation. And as Christine said, if you're going to condemn, you've got to go through a long process. You've got to send them a notice. You've got to give them the opportunity to accompany an appraiser on an inspection of the property. Then you have to negotiate in good faith for 2 weeks, and then you can file a condemnation complaint. But it's a long, drawn-out process, and this is just a very preliminary step on the condemnation.
They've made some small improvements since the topology report. And then they've come to the table. I know you've had discussions with the mayor. Is it fair to say that without the threat of the combination hanging over the head, that they wouldn't have been doing it as they hadn't for the years before?
I can't.
Yeah.
I know I'm asking you to speculate.
Yeah.
I just want to put that question
Yeah.
out. It's sort of, you put them in the jury's mind. The point is that they're not going to move forward without this hanging over their head. That's my opinion.
Okay. And I think in terms of setting a precedent, if we actually get to the point that we do condemnation, that will be a precedent-setting thing. I hope we don't ever get there, but I think at this point, just having it in the wording isn't gonna.
So your thought is having them see that in writing, sort of puts a candle under it and say, oh, we better kind of do what we need to do here?
Well, it means it becomes something that is possible. It's
Yeah,
not
it
something
adds-
that
it adds
we want
urgency.
to do, but we have that, it's another arrow in our quiver. And without it, where's our incentive? Where's our leverage?
Listen, I'm all about leverage, but I just don't know much about this.
So in terms of precedent, I don't want to misquote, but I did have a conversation earlier today with Joe DeMarco asking about it, and his response to me was that you cannot use this as a precedent for another property. You can't use another property as a precedent for this. Precedent doesn't apply when you look at these things. Each of these is on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, so can we vote on this? This is a roll call.
Yes, please.
Was it moved in
It's
second?
got to be moved.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I moved 19254, resolution of the Borough of Bernardsville, County of Somerset, New Jersey, designating certain property located at 65 Morristown Road, which property is identified as Block 125, Lot 13, as shown on the official tax map on the Borough of Bernards as a condemnation area in need of redevelopment, pursuant to the local redevelopment and housing law NJSA 40:12A-1 ET SEQ Audi property.
I'll second.
Now we can do roll call.
Mrs. Mara?
Yes.
Mr. Schmidt?
Abstain.
Mr. O'Day?
Yes.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
Ms. Greenfield?
No.
So we have three. Okay. 19257, we're pulling out, which is the contract with Alpha Dog. I think this was originally a 2-year contract, and I think because we've had some interest in going out for an RFP to see if there's a different vendor, we only did it for 6 months.
And that's why I brought it up to discuss. I mean, I think that this is a contract and a company that I don't know much about. We haven't heard from our own IT person, Chris D'Amato, or at least the council, I don't think has heard. I think this is a perfect example of what I tried to do when I made the introduction of an ordinance for an IT committee, and unfortunately that didn't pass, but I know you're considering an ad hoc committee. I hope you do that. But I think I would argue that we should have even a shorter term than the 6 months, so that when our new council members come on who have a background here, we could rapidly assess whether Alpha Dog's meeting our needs. And I know for sure, I know because I've discussed it with him, that Chris has some ideas of other alternative vendors. So I would argue that we make this 3 months.
Well, I think it's just timing wise, because we've got to write an RFP, we've got to get it out, we've got to give people time to submit them and review them. So that's, I think, why we picked 6 months.
I agree with the sentiment, Jeff, but I mean, 6 months with an RFP in the middle of it, maybe it's, I do agree with your sentiment, you know?
Yeah. And even if you hire someone else while they're building it, you want to still have a website up.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think we're going to be asking them to do, particularly if we are unhappy and we consider an alternative vendor, I don't think we're going to ask them to do anything new in terms of development. It would just be maintenance.
Not necessarily.
What, Alpha Dog?
Yeah.
No, but this is a maintenance contract. They're basically maintaining our website. So if we if we pick someone new and they have to now, build it, and the contract is over with Alpha Dog,
Don't we own what they've already done? We wouldn't have to start from scratch, would we?
But you probably wouldn't be able to update it because they usually do the updates and things.
Okay, well, so that's relevant to the discussion going forward.
Okay,
So that's why we're just trying to allow enough time for us to really explore
okay,
and research it.
that's fair.
Okay, I mean, I think, and I don't know, Doug, there was something else we discussed in one of our finance meetings about a contract with Google, was it, that was going up this year, and then there was a proposal to consider whether or not there was even an expanded.
As far as services that we have today, I don't think it was particularly for the website.
Not the website, no, I'm just saying that, from the standpoint of an IT committee, there's another opportunity that we could have had an IT committee providing us with input or guidance on as well. So there's this, there's the
Chris's
web
job.
services. True, we were just saying, would it be helpful to have other people? So anyway, that's something to consider going forward.
Okay, so anyone else on this resolution? Can we have a motion?
Move.
A second?
I'll second.
Okay, roll call.
Ms. Greenfield,
Yes.
Mr. Hammond,
Reluctantly, yes.
Mr. O'Day,
Yes.
Mr. Schmidt,
Yes.
Ms. Zamara.
Yes.
All right, we have reports now. We have Jack's report, public safety. Have you met? I mean, it's only been 10 days since our learning.
Yeah, well, we did have a meeting. There's an opening for another officer in town due to a retirement, and we interviewed an applicant, and Jeff and I were the only ones that were in attendance, and we met with this applicant and the chief, and really was not the applicant for us for several reasons. So I know the chief is actively searching for, or I guess we have to go out, Ralph, right, to put out another notice, and that's the only update I have on public safety. That when we met last, it was only for that reason. So that's the last we had discussions.
Okay. Finance, Tom?
Finance committee, we haven't had an actual face-to-face meeting since our last report out. We have had some email discussions and some data going back and forth between the staff and the members of the finance committee. Obviously, we'll need to focus on this in the coming weeks and months as we finalize the budget for 2020.
Personnel, did you have anything? I don't think
We had our party, right?
You had a party?
You guys had a party?
You had a party?
You weren't invited. No, it was for staff, right? The luncheon, the
Tomorrow.
annual holiday luncheon.
It's
right?
tomorrow.
It's tomorrow. That's about it.
Okay.
It takes a lot of planning.
Public Works?
We haven't had them in a while. At least I haven't been able to attend. I can yield to John. Maybe you can bring us up to speed.
Sure, just a couple of quick things for you. We've got an application to the DEP for a permit for the Mine Road. Those plans and specs have been sent down to the DOT. You'll recall that we have a grant for that, so the DOT has to review and approve our plans and specs. We anticipate going out to bid in January and receiving bids in February and awarding at the second February meeting. We received a $300,000 grant for Washington Corner Road improvements from the DOT. We've received the DEP permit to lower the culvert out here at the Memorial Park Pond.
Yay. Been waiting shooting for that one.
So as soon as weather allows us to, if we get a
That'd be great.
winter thaw, and maybe we can get that lowered and hopefully start draining out that area by the boathouse. Hall Road in Lindenbury, similar to Lloyd Road, we look to get that out for bids in early January and receive bids in February. Those are the key things. Oh, one more thing, leaves. Mother Nature,
Cut that
there was a
short.
couple whammies when we were right after Thanksgiving, when we were looking to do our last cleanup. In our program, we go around several times before Thanksgiving. After Thanksgiving, we do one pickup everywhere. We thought that we were done with our last pickup this past Monday in the morning. Several of our residents think otherwise. I've got about 6 or 7 places where people have put leaves out. Of course, this time of year, we get ice storms, snowstorms. We've got branches all over town. It's our preference not to pick up these leaves and to let residents know that they have an opportunity to take them to the landfill on Saturday if they choose to. The downside of that is if they don't pick them up and we get a snowstorm, they'll wind up on their next door neighbor's front lawn after we plow them up.
We do advertise an end date, right? Do you say what the leaf pickup time is, from when to when?
We don't specify, we guarantee that we will come around at least once after Thanksgiving, whenever that is. We figure people have 4 days. If you're a do-it-yourselfer, you've got 4 days to get your leaves out. It's the same way it's been year after year after year. We actually went around twice everywhere after Thanksgiving, so I'm not too sympathetic to people that, for whatever reason, didn't get their leaves out.
But we covered all the roads that are supposed to be covered.
Yes, we did.
So is there a way in the future, I'm talking about next year now, where we could say if you're after this date, it costs you the X number of dollars for your leaves to be collected, so that if we get 6 calls like this, they can choose to pay for it
I think we wanna go out after that last pickup. The last
Just
pickup's the
don't do
last pickup.
Yeah, just,
And
Yeah, 'cause
now it's up to
people
them
might-
to take it somewhere to
they
get
should give them a
disposed of.
date. Let's say after this date, that you're done.
We tell
Well,
them
we
we'll be
tell them
around
it's
once after Thanksgiving.
is
I know,
the
but-
date,
Which
right?
essentially,
But once after Thanksgiving could be
2 weeks later.
2 weeks later. If you
Right, but I
say
mean-
like,
But-
by the
the way-
30th or by,
but
December.
weather, this year is a perfect example. We had 2
Yeah.
snowstorms that kept us from getting out, so we lost a couple of days.
I think we don't want to hem ourselves into a particular date. I think that, my understanding from that message was I needed to get my leaves out by the end of Thanksgiving. And if I don't, I risk them not being picked up. That's how I interpreted
That's
it,
what we're
exactly
trying
right.
to tell people.
It's
And
weather-
that is the date. The date is have it out by Thanksgiving, otherwise you might not get them picked up.
And to John's point, it's weather permitting sometime after Thanksgiving.
The only ones that we gave a little bit of a pass to, Stephen Street didn't get paid
Right.
until the Friday after. In my notice to them, letting them know that the paving was taking place, please get your leaves out. We were by there, I know we were by there this past Monday for the second time, because I knew that there were some people that had put some leaves out on Stephen Street. There are more leaves out on Stephen Street right now.
But they received notice also to get their
They
leaves
received
out.
notice also.
But do the leaves create a safety hazard? So if they're wet and then they get icy and some,
There's a
that's,
whole host of problems with leaves. in
so
the road.
I think to Tom's point is if now you have to go pick them up because it's a safety issue, instead of saying they can pay for it, I think it should be, perhaps there's a fine.
You
That,
have to have an ordinance that establishes
Right.
that.
Well, the
but, because
council
I'm
next year can
worried
decide
more
if we want
about
to do
the
that.
safety issue of it, yeah.
We had talked at Public Works, I think Jack had provided Kevin with the Colts Neck or someone has an ordinance, just to give the police, and the police have been great. I've got leaves in non-pickup areas, a couple piles out there, so the police have been really good. We've been successful in getting one big pile removed on Washington Corner Road. I've got some at the top of
They
the
were
round
putting
top
them out
cul-de-sac that don't.
On Washington Corner Road.
So what you're saying is those people were given some notice by the police that they need to remove them, otherwise what?
The one up on Round Top is difficult. The leaves are in front of someone who claims that they did not put them there, and the topography and the way that the land looks, it doesn't make sense that they would put them there. We don't know for certain which neighbor had their contractor move them out and put them on the other side of the cul-de-sac in front of of someone else's property. You can't make this stuff up.
Well, I was gonna say, if you do like pass an ordinance and whatnot, have we ever explored bags?
Oh,
Putting them in
don't.
the bag? We have.
Yes, we have.
You feel free to,
If you think we
Look
had a
into
big
it and
turnout
bring it
for the
before the
quarry,
council.
you haven't seen anything.
Just to bag the leaves?
To
Chatham
stop,
does it,
to
that's
stop the
why I-
pickup, yeah.
we had a
Right,
packed,
Ralph?
we had a packed house ready to string me up by,
Yeah.
I think I
one
need
of
about
the
100 of them.
chandeliers here. It was not received very well.
No.
Well, this is something
I mean,
for
a lot
future
of
council
towns,
to
yeah,
think
a
of,
lot
I
of
think.
towns do it, but we're
The
not.
answer that John's looking for from us tonight is, do we pick up the leaves for the 6 or so properties that are calling and asking for it, or do we tell them that they need to bring them themselves?
I'd say we tell them that they need to get them out of the street.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they get the same notice as everybody else. I think that's the only way
Yeah.
to be fair.
Thank you.
I don't think we can send out the trucks again. Was that it? Yeah, thank you. Housing, Jeff's not here. The other Jeff, do you add anything?
Yeah, actually, we did meet, let me see the date here, we met on the 12th.
Right.
And at that meeting, for which we didn't have a quorum, so we didn't make any decisions, we went over the top 10 list of which we were whittling down. In fact, Jeff is having a hard time finding properties down, residential properties to put on the top 10 list since the lien program worked successfully. We also have a top 10 list for commercial properties, and he gave a report on progress. I think the thing of note is we're thinking forward to 2020. Chad, I know, has talked to you about a replacement for him as chairman of that committee, since he's now going to have to no longer be chairman as he's a council member. We also talked about the follow-up moves on the revising of the various ordinances we have that pertain to property, since we've revised a couple already this year, what we would tackle next year. One of the more important subjects of conversation was the issue of sub-renters using our school, and how we might be able to come up with some sort of information sharing with the schools so that we can identify people who are illegally renting. And I know the mayor was going to speak with Superintendent Dempsey about setting up a meeting about that.
Okay, any council liaison reports? Start with Christine, did you have anything?
No.
Cultural Arts just had a meeting last night. Come on.
Oh, I'm sorry. I went through my head the other two. Green Team didn't meet, and neither did Open Space. But Cultural Arts met, and we discussed several things, including the mural, mainly. We're anticipating the design, which our artist, Karen Frost Olmsted, is working with the high school art students on. And hopefully within the next couple of weeks, we'll get an update from her on that. But right now, she's gotten a lot of input from residents, and she's using the students to kind of come up with a design that will incorporate everyone's comments.
So are we gonna review like any drafts, or we're just gonna get the final design when it's ready? Like,
What's gonna happen is it'll, first, obviously downtown Bernardsville will see it first, Cultural Arts Committee will see it, and then the council will see it. It'll be available, I mean, it could be tweaked, we're not gonna like throw it out and start over again.
no, I didn't know if maybe they would
Yeah.
show us like options, like here's 3 ideas.
No,
and
no,
So we're just gonna get one.
yeah.
There is a theme that's been presented to the committee, and it is
Small town, big community.
small town, big
Isn't
community.
that nice? I really
And we
like that.
gave them a list of things that we want to see in there and things we don't want to see in there.
Right, that's already
And then we left it up to the artist to come up with how to incorporate those things.
right.
Great. I didn't happen to see that list. Is that available?
I think I shared it at the last meeting, didn't I?
Really?
I think you did.
Yeah, I read off the list in my report of what
Yeah,
all
it
the
was
things.
like
Yeah.
all the different themes, like the parade and.
Right.
I think
and-
you read it off, but I
I
don't
did.
think it was actually circulated.
No,
I
I just read
remember
it.
you talking about.
Yeah. But most of it was, some of the historic buildings,
Memories.
Train
things like that.
station was a big
memories,
theme.
right, the train station, the
Cows.
cows. See, you remember.
Now I remember.
Memorial Day.
Coming
parade.
back.
I remember the cows.
Yeah, it was the cows, the parade, all that was, so it, and what we talked about also was having some kind of, a kickoff fundraising
Right.
event, like an unveiling of the design, when everybody's seen it and approved it, that we could do a community kind of unveiling.
Right, and, we also are working on, the fundraising aspect of it, so stay tuned, we'll be coming
Yeah.
up with that stuff.
Diane, do you know?
Board of Health didn't meet, HPAC met right before I came here, but, we don't really have anything to add. A contractor was chosen to do the, flooring and interior work for the Dunster Squib, and, that's about it.
Good, okay.
I don't have anything.
Liz?
Yeah, Shade Tree actually did meet also just a couple days ago, actually, yesterday, the 18th. And it was a busy meeting. A couple things to report. One is that the deer management, according to Ed English, the deer management program is going well. Also that we've been working with John McDowell about implementing in the spring our planting plan, our first phase of the planting. We are moving along with our tree plan, according to our forester, Dennis. The DEP has granted everybody a 5-year extension, but since our plan has already expired, we're not going to avail ourselves of that extension. We're going to move forward, and we hope to have a draft to consider in February, and that would include our tree inventory for the borough. We're going to partner on April 25th with the E-Waste Day to have an educational table for the Shade Tree Committee at that event as well. And according to Renee Apuzzo, one of our zoning inspectors, the update of the ordinance that was recently passed, the Shade Tree ordinance, has been helpful to her.
Good. Okay, thank you. Now we're on to items of business, the recreation comprehensive plan. That we had the, and actually I think on the spreadsheet, the number was wrong on for green play, it was actually not it's 79,999, not 79. So that one was, the lowest was Suburban at 69,875, Brandsetter Carroll was 79, and Green Play was 79,999. So those were the three bids. Cheryl did a very impressive comparison for the Recreation Committee, and what they sent to me as their recommendation is either Brandsetter or Suburban they were happy with. I think mainly because they've done more local projects that we know about and they've seen.
Morristown and Morristown.
Yeah, and the county as well.
Isn't
too,
one
and
of
I
them
think-
local? Is it Suburban the one
Suburban
that's
is
local?
in Flanders, I
Okay.
think.
Yeah, that's what I thought, okay.
And they've done, I know Brandstetter did Randolph, I think they've done the county, and then Suburban's done quite a few, Morristown, I think you said. So they're both, very good firms. It looks like they've all equally pretty much provided the same information. And I don't know.
One of the
how
things
you
I had a
that-
question on the Suburban one was that there did seem to be like I didn't know if it was two options for pricing, or whether they were just showing what the rates were that went into their fixed pricing, but they had something that,
There you go.
no, that, is that, maybe I'm thinking of the wrong one. Is it Suburban?
That's Suburban, yeah. It's just their one page. This is Brandstetter.
Can I see
what
the
page?
Suburban one? I think maybe
have
it's
it
on a
on-
different page.
The one thing that was nice about Suburban is because they're a New Jersey company, they already provided us with all the required documentation, their pay-to-play form, the certificate of, the business certificate. They put it because they know that's what we have to ask for which sometimes they're hard to get for out-of-state companies,
Right.
because they don't understand New Jersey's
I
strict
like the
laws.
idea of using somebody who's relatively local too.
Right, so this is the fee structure on this that I was questioning here.
What page is it on?
They don't have page
Oh,
numbers, but it's on the cost proposal. And you
which
see how
one
they have
was-
fee
which-
proposal, and then they have fee structure, and then at the end it says, any other expenses and disbursement. I don't know if they're saying above and beyond what's already included, or. Anyway, we can discuss this. We're not picking somebody tonight, are we?
When would you like to pick one?
I don't know. I thought we were gonna have presentations, we were gonna bring them in, they were gonna.
If you'd like, would you like them to come in?
Well, I definitely don't want to vote on it tonight. We only got this material 2 days ago. I went through it, but not,
No,
you know,
we've had
really
the
studying it.
proposals for a long time, but we can certainly ask Suburban to
Right.
come in and do a presentation.
Were these?
Were
Yeah.
were the proposals distributed previously? Cause
Yeah.
I think I saw
Yeah.
them
I had them like for a couple weeks.
a couple weeks.
Yeah, we got them again today
Well, I
or
think
the other
when
day,
we
but I've
first
had
got
them before.
I said that they were available. You could either come get a hard copy or Anthony would
Yeah, I
get
got
a
them.
digital,
couple
but
weeks
nobody
ago.
else asked for them except you.
I lost that part. I didn't read them
Oh,
until 2
but
days
I-
ago.
Would you like, I think we already saw Brandstetter. They came and did a proposal. So how about we have Suburban come and do a proposal?
Yeah, I'd at least like to see them up front and hear them. I
Yeah.
actually like the Brandstetter approach to information gathering from the community. You know, but I think that we ought to have them at least present to us.
Well, and they did the same, I think
I think they all do the kind of the
Yeah.
same thing.
if you read their,
Well, when I-
their approach and scope, it's the same kind of thing. The community, involvement, the demographics, they do the same thing. Cause that's how the RFP was written.
So I would like to have more time to go through this. One thing that that I noted was that two of them, and I think it was Greenplay and Brandstetter Carroll specifically said they were going to do a statistically valid survey, and the other ones, which I assume they meant they were going to do a statistically valid survey, Suburban, they didn't use the word statistical. So I'm just concerned that we want it to be representative, and I liked what Brandstetter Carroll presented to us, talking about how they determined that they were getting a good cross-section of responses through a statistical process. And I personally believe that Suburban is also doing that, but that's not the statement that they made, at least that I didn't notice it when I read it. They called it a comprehensive survey, or they didn't call it statistical as the other two responses did. I'm confident that they came and they presented to us and we talked to them. They could talk to us about the statistical validity of their survey technique, but in going by what's written there, that would be a question that I would have for them.
And I agree, and I think, my argument for having them present is that some of the documents that were presented to us, I bet you 75% of them are boilerplate that they use for every proposal. I want to hear the nitty gritty. For example, the Greenplay one, I thought they probably do better than what they came across as in what the written material they sent us. I think that the devil's in the details of how they are going to find out what the community wants in terms of prioritization, and I'd like to hear a little bit more about how they intend to do that.
I was counting on Recreation to give us their recommendation. I mean, I don't want us to have to go back and redo what they've done. If they're saying these two and not this one, I'd like to.
Cheryl was
Yeah,
here.
Cheryl left, but it was Cheryl who told me that. So I mean, and we've heard from Brandstetter, so I just soon have Suburban come in. I don't think we want to have these guys fly in from.
I'm okay with that, because my
Tennessee.
initial impression when I read the Greenplay one is that they do a lot of playground development, not necessarily master plan development. They had some in their list of communities that they did, but again, they can list out, we did this town and this town, but I think it behooves us to find out what the scope of what they do is.
So have Suburban come in.
Yeah, I'll have Suburban come in. I will call them and see if they'll do a presentation next month.
And I would only suggest that if we're gonna have one come in, that's to the other person, give them the opportunity at their own discretion to come in, so they don't need to, if they don't want to.
We already
But
had them.
I'm saying, we don't have to have them come in.
Okay.
But I don't want them to feel that they can't come in if they so choose to, only because then later on they say, well, we didn't get sourced, you didn't even let us present. They may object, right? I don't know, is that in an RFP, if we have,
Why?
They
don't have any objection.
No, if it was-
And not the other two, that's up to
we can do that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay. Alright.
10B.
Okay, 10B, we have a request from Nelson Tree Service to park their vehicles and equipment on borough property by Kiwanis Field. There was a letter from them.
So I know we let, was it NJDEP, no, we let the JCP&L or somebody park
was
over
the,
across the street
gas
there.
company,
The
I
gas
think,
company,
right?
while they
Yeah.
were doing work on 202.
Mhm.
But are we in, this is this private company, are they doing work for the borough?
They're doing work for JCP&L.
For
They're doing
JCP&L?
Tree trimming.
Oh, so it's
In the
similar.
borough.
And we have permitted other outfits under JCP&L to do the same thing. The only thing we need to be careful of is when Little League starts up again. I don't know if
That
anyone
was
has
my
that.
question, is
Yeah.
that they're
Do
going
we
to
know-
April 30th, I think Little League's up
They
and going.
usually start in March, don't they?
Usually it's the first week in April, is
Yeah.
usually.
Oh, is it the first, when do they have the parade? Yeah, the first week in April?
That may be one.
Because they're saying April
codicil.
30th.
If we wanna let them do it, maybe we only allow them to do it through the end of March.
Yeah,
Well, what's about this parking area over here? Is that preferable to Kiwanis Field?
Kiwanis Field's right next to where their substation is, and they start from the substation going out. That might be desirable for them also.
Can we?
or at least for the last month
Yeah,
to move
can we
them
let
over
them
there.
They say
There for
in
the last
exchange
month.
for using our lot, they would do tree work for DPW on a negotiated basis. Would we ever use them? Do you envision that?
Yes, I happened to be here when the gentleman came for Anthony to sign the papers, and we have a number of potentially hazardous trees, borough trees that are too close to the wires for us to get to, and we definitely need JCP&L to do it. So Kathy had a list of trees, and we're gonna get that to him. He asked that we wait until he gets into the project a little bit and then come talk to him. So we will absolutely take advantage of that.
So the decision is they could use that until March, and then if they needed time in April, they'd have to move to this location. Is the gas company out of that location now?
They had a little trouble with a couple of services. They anticipate they'll be out about the middle of January.
So that won't be a problem then.
No, they'll be gone by April.
Are
Okay.
the repairs that they're doing on the road, that's the way the road's gonna be? Because it's
I
really
do not know that.
not good.
That's a state highway too, so
I
the
asked
state
the
has to do
gentleman,
something.
that my concern was that they weren't gonna be here. If we start to get snow in January, February, that's the place that we stockpile snow for snow removals.
Well, we should just send them a letter and tell them that they have to move if it snows.
He knows that.
Did we send them a letter telling them that?
Yeah, I would make it clear in writing.
Could we also let them know that it's really not acceptable the way they repaired the roads? Because there's really humps, when you're going, it's like you're
Does
going
anyone
up
remember
speed
that?
bumps
This is
down
what my main
202.
concern was.
I know.
Yes, that they don't put
And
it
I
back the
knew
way it
this
was.
was gonna, I knew this was gonna
asked-
happen.
I asked the gentleman from Ferraro Construction, what their plan was for permanent restoration. That is a temporary repair, that is not a
Okay,
permanent
because it's
repair.
pretty
Oh.
bad.
That's
And
good
he
to
said,
hear.
I don't know, you'd have to ask PSE&G about that.
Okay.
Can we write a letter to PSE&G and ask them to tell us what the permanent repair is
Yes.
going to be and when it's going to occur? So we have something, you know?
Just going back to the parking the trucks at Kiwanis. So are we approving that?
That's what they're asking. So do you,
Well, I just would be concerned about, that's kind of a quiet residential area, and would they be going in and out a lot during
Every day.
nighttime?
No, it'd be a normal work day.
Normal
They're
work
moving
day.
trees. It'd be 7 to
Okay.
4, 5.
I mean, can we move them there starting in February down to here? I mean, it's a little bit less convenient for them, but so what?
I'll have the same problem.
with the
There's
snow, yeah. that's why you
Oh,
have to
right.
wait till April.
Okay, yeah, fair
But
enough.
they would be starting there, going out in that area and coming back at the end of the day, right?
Correct.
So
They're not
it
gonna
would
go-
be like in and out kind of thing. So are we good with that? As long
Have
as
we
they're-
used Kiwanis parking for this purpose in the past?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm good with it.
We good with that?
I'm good with it.
Do you want to see, we don't have to do it just all in favor?
Is there any, I know, it's a gravel parking lot, I'm just thinking if they have 7, I think it was 7 nine bucket trucks and a pickup truck, that would chew up the parking lot there and do
We
damage
should
to it?
make it clear that they have
They
to
leave it-
restore the area to
Yeah.
To
its
its
original.
Pre-use, yeah, condition.
If not better.
All right, so we'll send that in our approval letter to them.
I don't send an approval letter, they approached Anthony.
Anthony, when
I-
you send it to them, say they're approved, but you know,
Yeah.
It's in
it
writing.
has,
Right.
it has to be returned to its pre-use condition
Right.
at the end of the
Okay.
year.
And that they're out of there
And the
by
time.
March 30th, yeah, and then they go over here, and same conditions apply over here,
Over there, yeah, okay. After March 30th.
yeah.
Yeah, so
Although
they
we've
would have
had
just the
snow
month
in
of April.
April there.
We have had snow in April.
True.
Yeah, well, we have to tell them to be off to one side then, so that we still have some space.
Yeah.
That's a pretty large area, right?
It is, but that there's a lot of trucks.
Yeah,
So,
it
do
is.
we have a motion to approve with the conditions stipulated?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, mayor's update, not much happened in 10 days, but, I did attend the Somerset County Governing Officials Association, December meeting, and lucky me was elected to their board.
Yay.
We had the cookie crawl and the holiday parade on the 14th. It was phenomenal. I think they got a better turnout this year, even with bad weather, for the cookie crawl. And the parade was just, you know, somebody that lives on Seney Drive, an older woman who tends to complain a lot, grabbed me at church on Sunday and said, I want to talk to you about that parade. And I thought, oh God. And she said, you know, it was just perfect. It was so small town USA. It was like the perfect example of what a small community should do.
Great.
So it was, you know, we got a lot of positive feedback. It was fun. You know, Jeff was all lit up and Christine on their bikes.
You were on a bike?
With lights.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Were you,
Lit up
you
with
were out there
lights.
too? How did I not recognize anybody?
Yeah, and yeah,
We
they were.
were wearing suits and stuff.
Yeah,
We had a very nice,
You were incognito?
Bernardsville News,
Yeah.
the opinion
Yeah.
piece was
the
very nice about it
yeah
as well.
the editorial was very positive about the events and the tree
was
lighting the
so
weekend
nice.
before. So it was really great. So hopefully it will be repeated. December 7th, it was just, the chamber had their Christmas event, so I attended that. And then, I had sent everybody an email about the strategic planning visioning for the Rutgers leadership team to come on the 27th. They said they needed about an hour and a half. That would be, kind of explaining the process and what they do and how it would work and all that. That, I talked to Anthony, because that's usually the meeting we do with the planning board and board of adjustment. So I wasn't sure if we needed to, if we can move them, or if we just start at 7:30 with them. We start our meeting at 6 to do to listen to this presentation, and then 7:30 have the joint meeting.
Either that or do the visioning meeting the following council meeting.
Well, I know that date happened to work for them, so and they're kind of booked up.
So we're actually doing the visioning on January
No,
22nd,
no,
or they're just
no.
presenting what the idea would
Yeah,
be, and then we decide if we want to accept it.
Pretty much, or yeah, that's the process that they're
Okay. Very good.
There's no requirement, I was just talking to Jack,
Oh.
there's no requirement that we have to meet with the Board of Adjustment, they just have to, so they have to submit an annual report, but that doesn't have to be done by end of January, so we don't have to have that meeting on January 27th if we don't want, if there's other things going on.
so we
We
could do
don't have to
them.
meet with them really at all, as long as they
We can
just
make
give us a
them the following
report,
meeting.
really,
Yeah.
that's the main thing, the main requirement,
Okay, so we could do them the following meeting if we wanted to.
if you want to. Okay.
So we'd still start at 6.
Yeah, I think just because otherwise it's gonna be a really long meeting and the
So
public's
6
coming,
o'clock.
that, they may not wanna sit through all that, but.
So we're gonna start the regular meeting at 7:30. That'll be a slight change, right?
Well, it's still public, it's a public meeting, it just, we're gonna start earlier because of the hour and a half. So
So the
public
public
can be
can come to
there.
that meeting
Yeah.
too. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So I'll put 6 o'clock as the schedule
have
for
to-
2020 will be done at reorganization.
Right,
I'll
so
put
we'll
6
make it at
o'clock
6.
for the 27th and remove the Board of Adjustment Planning Board joint meeting. And do you want that to be moved or just,
I think that's worth doing,
to
so-
the February meeting?
yeah,
The first February meeting?
yeah. It doesn't take a lot of time, it's usually just but it's good for everybody to kind of come and. Okay, correspondence. I have this lovely letter about from the American Water Company. With a lot of PR about it, but basically they're raising their rates.
There's really nothing we can do about that.
No. So it was just really a notification and explaining why and what they do and all the stuff, so if people ask you why their rates went up, it wasn't us. But I guess it also affects it'll affect your sewer bill because it's based on your water usage.
Which I think a lot of people don't understand.
Yeah. Anyway, I also had an email that I shared from the Board of Health asking for, I don't know why, it was originally 7 members and for some reason it got changed to 5. Was there a reason for that, Jack? Do you remember?
I think it was just difficulty getting members.
It's very hard to
You
get
know,
a
it's
quorum.
interesting because on the skills banks, the last 2 ones put Board of Health. So I actually have 2 people that are interested in the
Yeah,
Board
so
of Health. But he felt like, you know, they almost never have a quorum because with 5 people, if 2 people are out, it's hard to do that. So I mean, I don't know if anybody has a problem with, well, for next year anyway, I mean, we have to do it in January to change that back to 7 people. If we don't have 7, I mean, that's fine, but if people want to be on it, we could go up to 7.
I think if we have the volunteers, we should do it.
So we'll do that for reorg. Yeah, this didn't
The
come up.
attendance thing seemed blank.
You know why? He had these funny little things on there, so it didn't come up. Let me see if I have it.
I could tell you.
Well, was it Michelle York that never shows up?
I think she showed up once the whole year.
Yeah, see, he had these funny little things, so I don't know when it got scanned, it didn't come out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Patty missed a few, but Michelle almost never came. Has anyone talked to her? Is there a reason she's?
I think there was a reason, but I'm not sure what it was.
Okay. Maybe I'll reach out to her, see if she's. How long are the appointments for that? Do you know?
I believe they're 3 years.
3 years?
And
I
they
think-
meet every other month, and the meetings start at 6:30 and usually last till 7. So it's not.
That's it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the only one up is Len.
Len, right, that's it.
For
That's it,
reappointment,
right,
yeah. Okay, so we'll make a note or Jack,
Yes.
can we do that for the, like
Yeah,
introduce it at or?
It's already on my list. We'll do it, we'll introduce it on the 8th, is that right?
The
Yeah, I mean,
the 13th would be the first.
First meeting on the
potential,
13th, and then we can add
Right.
people on that, that's good. And then we had this letter that came in just today, which I would suggest we put off because we haven't gotten the other, and this is the residents. But we haven't talked to the building department to know what actually, or who's made decisions and how it got to this point.
Yeah, we haven't heard all sides of that story.
Right. So, and it is kind of last minute, so can we talk to get the other side of the story? I don't know, did you see this?
Is that the one for Mr. Jensen?
Yes, Mr. Jean.
All that is regard to, that doesn't involve the construction department at all.
Or he said he got permits from them or something.
He proceeded without, anytime there's a road opening, they have to get a road opening permit from me. And this is a standard letter that I issued back to the gas company, not knowing Mr. Gente's situation at all because that information wasn't communicated to me. But the road was paved about 3.5 years ago. So we have a 5-year moratorium on road openings. We do have a process in the case of a hardship that they can apply to the council for an exemption. And then we ask the utility doing the repair to use a special infrared repair on it, which is better than just your normal road repair. So that's really what this is about. I explained that to Mr. Gente, I want to say a couple weeks ago. And he just now got the letter to Anthony today.
So what permits did he get already?
He must have gotten permits to install a new furnace from the construction department. That has nothing to do with getting the road opening and getting the gas brought to the house.
Okay.
But the construction department wouldn't know that the road was paved? They would just
they
give him a
have-
permit without
Well, because
researching?
it could have been, he may
As long
have,
as it meets all the building code requirements, they issue a permit.
yeah, a furnace is a furnace. They don't know what he's got hooked up to or.
Oh, so he didn't tell them the whole,
Well, we don't know.
we don't know the whole story.
I think it's just that, I've had quite a few residents call me and, is there gonna be a problem opening the road? I just had one over on, guy bought the corner property of Essex and Passaic. His opening's on Essex. you're not paving SSR, you said, no, I'm not. Oh, good, then I can do my, and some people will think to do that extra step. I don't blame the homeowner for not understanding that there may be a problem with doing this, but it sounds like he's pretty far along in the process, reading the letter.
Yeah.
And that this really could cause him a hardship if he's not allowed to connect.
Anyone?
I think we should,
Well,
I don't know, I think we should get more information.
it's 12 South Street,
Yes,
and it's like a very low volume road, right?
right,
Do you think it would be a big problem to do it?
no.
So we could issue, you're saying it would not be the first time we issued a hardship exemption.
Yeah, we've done it.
Correct. That's why the process exists.
And how long would that take for him? Because I mean, he sounds like he's got some time frame here.
As soon as they need to reapply, I need to double check, they need to have a $5,000 bond on file. Was one of the conditions, it's our policy now that the
Which
gas
he was
company-
already aware of.
Which the gas company should be aware of, although they have had people retire and change hands. We have a.
Who puts the
bond on
5,000
file.
up? Who puts the 5,000 up?
PSE&G.
PSE&G
Oh,
does. Oh,
okay.
okay.
And they have a contractor that specializes in infrared repairs that they have come along and do it. And it heats up the asphalt, it makes the old and new asphalt.
So what I'm hearing is this can be done
They
without
bond together a
minimal
whole lot
disruption.
better than a normal repair,
And this can be done in the winter?
yes.
And they do that if we grant the waiver, like if it's before, so if they waited out the 5 years or whatever,
They could just do it.
then they can just do a sloppy job, or not
They could just do a regular repair.
a regular repair.
Is this
yes.
costing us money to
No.
do?
That's interesting,
So
so we
what-
should give
if it-
everybody
Then why don't they
waivers
do
so
this
we
all
get
the
it done
time if
right.
this doesn't cost
Well,
any money?
no, I mean, better would be to have no repairs of
Yes.
any
Have a cut
kind
in the
That's-
for 5 years. That's
Yeah.
the objective.
Absolutely.
There's no repairs.
That's why you have the moratorium.
Right,
to-
that's the best
Right.
of all worlds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But stuff happens. We have emergency leaks, water main breaks. You're gonna cut the road and repair it.
How often have we done waivers? I know, it's hard to,
And I can think of 4 or 5 in the past 10 years.
I know 3 since I've
W-
been.
To
I know
Diane-
one,
to
I
Diane's
did one of-
point, if they do this infrared repair in the middle of the winter, is that gonna still be in good shape after a hard summer?
They will probably do, most repairs will be a temporary repair initially. And then they come back and do a permanent repair. When they do the permanent repair, it'll be an infrared repair.
And that's all part of the deal, we know that they'll actually come back and,
That's why we get the $5,000 bond, so if they don't do it, we go after their bond.
is 5,000 gonna be enough to,
More than enough.
okay.
I say we do it.
I agree,
Let them do it.
okay, do we have a motion?
I'll move.
I'll second.
Let's do a roll call on that.
Okay. Mrs. Mara,
Yes.
Mr. Schmidt,
Abstain.
Mr. O'Day,
Yes.
Mr. Hammond,
Yes,
Ms. Greenfield.
I don't think we have enough information. This is the first we're hearing about it. I'd like to find more information, so I'm gonna abstain.
Okay.
so that means it passes.
Yes, yeah. We also had the letter from Mr. DePodwin on resolution 19254, so you've read that one.
He also gave us this input when he was at a prior meeting.
Yeah,
He did?
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah.
He testified to this.
this is
Wait,
this was about the Audi dealership, and he
the
wanted,
park.
You
It was
wanna
to make it a
into
park.
yeah, the borough to buy it
Yeah.
with open space fund.
And then we had a letter in the paper too for the same.
Yeah, it'll be in the Bernardsville News as well.
I think it already was.
November 21st? It was in the,
Yeah,
It was in the paper.
yeah, that's right. Okay.
Any unfinished business? Anything left over? Any new business?
Oh,
Okay.
Tonight is my last.
Well, now wait. What?
I was gonna ask about the farmer's market and the train station, because I know they use the train station, and we did a lot of work, new floors, looks really nice, but is that still?
Is it open?
Yeah,
Is
it's
it
gonna open
operating?
January 4th.
Awesome, okay,
Yeah.
good.
So, yeah, it's been on
That's
it.
done deal, that's good.
Yeah, so,
I did a, which will bring up, since we were thinking about the master rec plan, I guess maybe it was 6 weeks, 2 months ago, when we were talking about what to do with the, I think it was $140,000 of the recreational open space dollars that can be used for development. We decided we'd use some for some immediate needs and some would be put aside for the recreation plan. And I think we agreed on the wheelchair accessibility to the polo grounds and a walking path there, as well as the safety upgrades to the Rose Bowl bleachers. Where do we stand on those?
I don't know.
The Rose Bowl bleachers,
Dugouts.
And the, was it the dugout?
It was
Remember
dugouts.
the
Dugouts.
list- the list
Plan.
that
We
we
can't do that right now.
give us a plan. We can't put anything there that's gonna act as a dam, because it's in the waterway there,
Mhm.
so we have to be careful what we put there.
And was that same true for the polo ground walking path?
I think
We
those
haven't really gotten a plan for that, but we do have wetlands there. So I'm not sure how formal of a path you wanna create.
Well, the whole perimeter, I mean, you know, what the idea was to have a,
Yeah, it's all grass now, so I know people can certainly do that, if you wanna create a formal path.
well, part of it was to make it wheelchair accessible. And, you know, to put a wheelchair on grass is very difficult.
Yeah, I don't know who's leading that initiative to put that in. It was one of the things that was mentioned, I don't know if this is coming from the rec committee, if it's coming from, I'm not sure what we're actually looking at, I haven't seen a plan. If we're gonna go close to the wetlands, we're gonna need permits. So there's, you know.
As part of our next Public Works Committee, let's take up what was approved on that
on that
ordinance.
list, yeah.
On that list, and let's, as part of our Public Works Committee meeting, let's talk about a timing, plans for that. Are they spring projects, summer projects? What are they, you know?
Yeah, and who's the
Yeah, I think we
best?
have to try to get our arms around the scope.
Yes.
Exactly what we're looking
Yeah, I
at.
think what we were
Let's
looking for was
put it on
that
our agenda, you know?
if there's a game on the back field, you know, a grandparent in a wheelchair or even, you know, some older people can't get there, a walker,
Right.
they can't get out there to sit and watch
So
their
are you doing
grandchildren.
something paved
Versus
versus a stone?
Let's discuss our options.
yeah,
and,
do it at Public Works, but
Okay.
that was the goal.
It doesn't necessarily have to be paved, I mean, but it needs to be something relatively solid. I know from a family member that wheeling a wheelchair on soft ground is not the easiest thing.
Right. Okay. We now have our second open session, and I
Mr.
believe
Schmidt, I think.
Mr. Schmidt wanted to address us.
Well, I can't believe it's 6 years, but tonight is my official last meeting. I want to thank, first of all, the residents of the town who voted for me twice. I just can't believe it's 2 full terms in office. I've enjoyed it. I've served under 3 mayors. Mostly the committees have been very enjoyable for me, most notably the Public Works with John and with Doug. I've enjoyed that greatly. Public Safety as well. The chief called me earlier. He couldn't make it this evening, but I've been a chair of that committee for 3 years now, and that's been a real good joy for me as well. I'd be challenged to find a more professional group of people. I've worked with a lot of people in my business career, and every time I've made a phone call to any of you, it's always been returned promptly with really excellent information. I've never been misdirected by anybody. Anthony, I try not to bother you, but every time I've called, I mean, minutes later, my phone rings. And Ralph and Jack, I'd be challenged to find 2 more professional people. The nicest people, always courteous, never a harsh word. So it's been a pleasure serving, and I thank everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're gonna thank you too.
What are you gonna do with your free time?
Yeah. Try and attend my kids' games, which I'm always missing.
Can I say something?
Oh yeah, that's right.
It's
So
my
you're
last
too,
night,
right?
too.
You're too. That's right.
And I would really like to, I've only been here a year, and I'd like to thank the council, because they voted me, it was a whole year, for that, because they picked me to be, to be here, and I really enjoyed it, and I enjoyed all the committee assignments, and I'd really like to thank Jeff and Chris and John, who's not here, Mary Jane, Tom, and Christine. I'm gonna miss all of you, and Anthony, and Val, and Jack, and Doug, and everyone has been great, and I have learned a lot, and I've really had a wonderful time, and thank you all very much for giving me this opportunity.
You can run again, but just not against me.
We have a plaque here for Mr. Schmidt.
That's very nice.
By the Borough of Bernardsville, presented to Chris Schmidt by the Borough of Bernardsville in grateful appreciation for your service as a member of the Bernardsville Borough Council, 2013 to 2019, for your valued participation and commitment to public service, and to all the residents of Bernardsville. We thank you for your dedicated service and wish you good health and happiness in the years to come.
That's very nice. Thank you. Very nice, thank you.
You want a photo of the mayor?
Yeah, why not? That'd be great.
Take a photo.
You're the photographer
You
tonight?
might have a better phone than me though, so.
I don't know about that. Mine's my iPhone 7. My kids get the good phone.
And for our lovely Diane, beautiful
Oh,
orchids.
that's nice.
Oh my God!
We will miss you, so thank you.
Thank you, very nice.
Oh.
Thank you.
Do you want to take the picture from there up here?
Oh, that's a good idea.
Oh, all right, we'll do that. Oh, picture.
Picture.
No, take a take a picture with, take Chris. Don't take-
Take Chris. Take Chris.
You can crop it if you want to. And go closer.
No, just take
Okay.
them first.
Thank you.
Okay,
Okay,
that's
now-
been
now
6
your
years. Okay. 6 years. It's been here 6 years.
Should I hold that?
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, just I had to put it in the sleeve because it's too cold outside
No,
for
I know.
working. The smell, it's got a nice smell. Oh, it's beautiful.
We'll just put it on the table.
Yeah, that's it.
Ready, 1, 2, 3. Okay, good.
There you go. All right.
This is so sweet.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes I think that, the public doesn't know how much work council people really have. I don't want to scare you, Gina. But it's a tremendous amount of time and commitment and dedication, and, it takes you an hour to get through ShopRite sometimes. It's a real commitment to, public service, and we are very grateful that you made that commitment, both of you. Thank you so much for, being part of our council.
And speaking of time and commitment, don't we have a phone call on, what day is it, December
30th.
30th?
Yeah, so
And we need
you're
a
not
quorum, so,
I'm coming in.
you
Christine and I are
I'm not
coming in.
actually.
We're
okay,
coming in
but you're
with
gonna be
mimosas.
here.
Christine and I are both gonna come in here.
So,
I'll call
And then we're
you're
having
gonna
coffee.
be here, you're gonna be on the call. You're not available on December 30th?
I'm in Australia.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That's all you need.
So none of us can miss that call, because we'll have a quorum otherwise.
Okay.
I'll be there, don't worry.
Okay. All right,
Thank you.
can you send a reminder out for that so I can put it on my calendar?
It's an 8 a.m.
Anyone else have anything to contribute to the open session? I will close it then. Okay, can I have a motion for closed
I
session?
move that we adjourn.
No, not adjourn.
You do it.
We're not adjourning, we're
We're
going to
adjourning, we're
closed session.
motion. I'm making a motion
That's
that
what
we go to
move
closed
that we
session.
Closed session.
Closed session. I'll make the motion.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, we're going into closed session. Please eat the cookies, before you go.
I'm gonna miss Monday night cookies.
Yeah.
Christy,